One second. I still hear a little feedback. Hold on 1 second, please. Dealing with some, wow, damn. Dealing with some bullshit. Trying to get this done 1 second.
You're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario.
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to
Good
an
morning,
opinion or a
DD.
conclusion about
You can
those
hear me
scenarios
okay?
or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions
I just lost my
and
last
conclusions
stream.
based on your education,
Hopefully
your training, the
I get the
background,
people
the
back in.
experience that you've
I'm sure
explained
they'll
to the
come back
jurors?
in, pile
Yes.
back in.
Is it also
Let me know if you can hear
in
me.
furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction
Yes.
community
No, maybe
as a
so.
proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
When you were initially
hear me
retained
good?
in connection with
All
this
right.
case, were you hired by the
I'll be
defense?
quiet now.
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
She
Your Honor, may
wasn't
we
sure.
approach?
Yeah, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. That last live I had all set up. It's just crazy how things work. I spent last night probably until 1 just making sure everything was set. Who's this guy? I ain't never seen him in the front row. God damn. So anyway, yeah, I had everything set up, ready to go, and then wouldn't you know, StreamYard was still streaming from. I was downstairs letting Luna out. I had my laptop like in front of something. I'm looking like, what is that? But anyway, we're back. Glad you guys are here. Cheryl with an S, how are you? Live from the buffer zone. Here we are. We got in the house today. We got I forget this guy. I think that's Dylan. No, not Dylan. Oh goddamn. What's this guy's name? I forget what his name. I'm so sorry because shit, that's gonna drive me crazy. I'm not even looking at the chat till I get it. Maybe I will have to look at the chat. Nobody knows it. Anyway, I met him. He's like boots on the ground. Kurt. I think it might be Kurt. Because I knew it was a Kurt or something like that. How's everybody doing? Who's coming out Monday night? Oh, that's what I had. Monday night, June 9th. Got a little commercial for everybody. So I'm sure if you came early on the other live, I had it all set up. It started. Let me just get it in here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Kurt. We're good. We're good with his. We got his name. Long gamers are here. Yeah. Rose McDonald. We will see you there. We know you're gonna be there. Cheryl with an S. I don't know. Are you gonna be there? Oh, you'll be there with Mary. Nice. You bought her a ticket. You're such a nice friend. All right, let me get this in here. No.
When you were initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
My job.
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
Someone said these guys brought a launcher in, some sort
At the
of
time
rocket
that you
launcher.
were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
What's up, Alicia?
Yes.
Who at Arcca was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
This dude looks like he lost some
refer to my
hair in the
report?
last year.
With the court's permission.
Doesn't he? It looks like he lost a little bit of hair in the front. Oh, goddamn. Don't say it ain't so. Here in Colorado, what's up, Leisha?
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death
Please
report.
pass the pepper. We back.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report. OCME dispatch removal report. Photographs of the incident location. Videos of the incident location. Photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other
Jackie.
items there,
Good
but those
morning,
were generated
Jackie.
internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or Arcca was provided. Is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but yes.
Jackie,
Why were
good
you
morning.
provided that data?
Thank you so much,
What's
Jackie.
the
We
what's the
appreciate
reason
you.
why
You already know it. Thank
it's
you for
important for
being
you
here.
to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved,
Buckle up,
but
it's the law.
John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence.
Right, Becky?
What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means. You can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
Okay. In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate. And there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
No.
Is it common in a vehicle pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
Is that my house or there? Well, back there. That's them.
May I ask that again?
Wouldn't be a
Is there a
surprise.
glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding. Yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine?
No problem,
as it
Cheryl.
relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
Enjoy your breakfast.
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small
I
object or
appreciate that.
projectile such
Alicia,
as the
that means
drinking
a lot.
glass
You know,
could
we
induce
just stepped
damage
on
that
the
was
necks and we
consistent
never
with that
got
we
off.
saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible. Correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you do? Did you undertake in furtherance of that specific answering that?
It's even a
specific
better
question?
way of asking it.
Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Go ahead, Mr. Shane.
Sorry.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure,
Yeah, my uncle's
that
no
would
joke.
determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs,
Yes.
high-speed video,
Yes.
and all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2 8.5 by 11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
We could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, and hand it to the corner with the course permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you. I'm sorry.
That's the pepper.
And the second document represents the 37
Justice
mile an hour test.
for the victims, the O'Keefes, and the Reed families. Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much. Please pass the pepper. And yes, justice for the families.
Course permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Here we go. The phone can't be closed. God damn.
Is this the photograph that was just
I'll
marked
be
as
right
exhibit
back.
213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the course permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is. So right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens, that's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31-mile-an-hour test and the 37-mile-an-hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31-mile-an-hour velocity or the 37-mile-an-hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed?
Yes, from the 37-mile-per-hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that.
I'm
in the
sorry,
test,
did you guys
compared
hear
to the
that?
subject taillight.
But only in
Tried
the
doing
circumstance
something.
where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under
Mr.
what
good.
circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with the drinking glass?
What's up?
If
Running
that
on
drinking
caffeine,
glass,
just
again,
popped in
the
to give the
purpose of
stream a
test
like and say
was
hello.
to do a
What's
test
up?
to
Anybody
evaluate
that hasn't liked,
or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass
Said
at the
hello.
taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook.
Roseanne, what are you upset about?
regarding
What
the
happened?
head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of in the data that you received that
oh,
Mr. O'Keefe
the
had suffered
objection, I missed it.
head
I'm
injuries to
sorry.
the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device
okay.
that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant
up and down,
crash
up and down,
forces.
25 now.
So it's a device that
We need to get more
reconstructionists
people in
and
the mornings.
biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word, or
Mama
another
J's
phrase
in the
often
building.
used in
Where's she at?
association with
Morning, Mama J's.
ATD devices are
Morning,
crash test
Shantae
dummies,
is
correct?
Inferno.
Correct. Yes.
Good morning, Colleen.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
Furthermore.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. When? Just a date, Dr. Will?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you were available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
I mean, why sustain so much when this is important? This sustain. Why? Because Hank wants to ask this, and this is his whole approach. Oh, they paid Arcca. Of course they paid Arcca, man. They didn't have to pay them. They didn't have to pay Arcca in the beginning because the feds gave them Arcca. But guess what? The feds said, we're not gonna, they gave even the Commonwealth Arcca. Everybody had the same shit from the feds. But they're not gonna do this for free now. So of course they have to get paid. Hank paid that guy to put blue paint on his arm. Shit, I would have done that, Hank. Probably 50 grand. You gave this dude 400 racks? I would have done that shit for 10 grand. I would have put some blue paint on my arm and whatever. You know what the hell he did. Come on, man. So who cares if they paid Arcca? These are intelligent guys, men, positive necessary, who do their job correctly. And they hold a high standard to what they do. I can't wait if Alan Jackson says, so do you think that putting some blue paint on your arm and, backing into the car would tell if this happened or this could have happened. What? He's going to look at him and say, it's going to be crazy. I'll pay you 10 grand. What is it to pirouette? Oh, yeah. That's what he did, a pirouette. It's so true, James. Yeah, I mean, damn right. Shantae's Inferno said, damn right, I would have done it for 1,000. You see what I'm saying? And this dude got 400 racks. Shit, 1,000? If I have to do a favor for Hank, it's gonna be at least 10 to 20,000. And I'm still gonna call him a piece of shit after he pays me. 10 grand, we do a pirouette. You already know. And Fedez said, hey, all popping in to support. Thank you, M. Fedez. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going great. Hope we see you and everybody, all 20 people in the chat. Hope we see you guys at the live. Monday night, actually. You know, it's going to be great. Check this out. I know they're going to be I'm going to do phone calls, but check this out. Anybody that wants to know.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Monday night, June 9th, 7 to 10. James Jackson, JFK, live podcast, meet and greet. Special guest, 196 Franklin Street, Lynn, Mass. 30. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we got a little commercial going. You know, I had to make a little commercial for the boys.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and
idea.
evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
It's a
Yes.
great
Did you
idea,
receive
Rose.
his raw data?
Yes.
Roseanne, I'm
Did you
gonna run that
receive
by
his
JFK.
140 plus page
I sent him the
PowerPoint?
link if
Yes.
he's up.
And
I don't
did you
know, he might be
undertake a
doing some
review
shit. I
of
don't know
that,
who the hell
all of
knows.
that data
But
in order
I'll run
to
that by you,
evaluate
sure.
that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any
Shit,
testing?
she said I had my
What's your
fuckery
review
shirt on. I
process?
put
What methodology did you undertake in
put
terms
my
of your
name on the
review
back.
of
That's
his
dope.
evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I
Cheryl
look to
would
his
have
opinions, and then I
going
look
all
to
out. So
what is
that means
what's the basis and
we
the
need to see some
foundation to those
disclaimer
opinions,
shirts
right? How did he
with your
ultimately
name on the back.
arrive at those final
Cheryl
conclusions? So I'm
Woodness
looking
knows where to
for
get
the
them.
methodologies that he followed, what testing did he do,
That's right.
what type of experiments, what type of data analysis, ultimately to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have.
See how Dr. Wolf doesn't have his laptop open like the other dick did? Judge Bev had to tell him like 3 times, you can't be on your computer, sir.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification.
We can mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it later.
Mark this. You got your disclaimer shirt, Roseanne. There you go. So just get the little name tag. I'm gonna make a new thumbnail, post, what have you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, do you see what's displayed or
Yeah.
presented up on the TV screen?
I don't think they
Yes.
should have
Do you
anything
have
up there with
you,
them.
by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a
Disclaimer,
spotlight?
not saying
Yes.
him.
Something
I'm
you
saying
can-
anybody in general.
do whatever spotlight did that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Roku
I
remote.
may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this.
Did you make that remote control too?
Do you
smart
recognize what's on the
bastard.
screen?
Yes.
Probably did.
What is this?
Guy's
This
smart.
is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can
Okay.
move to the next slide, please.
All professional and shit.
Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121.
God, he's gonna tear it
121.
up.
In
You
which
notice
he's
the
indicating
outline
that
is blue.
there are
He
lacerations
painted the
on John
outline
O'Keefe's
blue.
right arm and forearm.
God
And he's
damn.
indicated in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful,
I can't
did you
shit like
consider
that,
the
man.
opinions and conclusions of Dr.
You painted
Welcher
it blue.
in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
God damn.
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on
literally
it. Certainly,
threw
I
up.
utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at Arcca, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to
Appreciate
be
it,
clear,
Chair.
I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is to.
Come on, Judge.
Did you agree ultimately
What's up,
with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
John got that Audi. You know why she
Certainly
sustained
were
everything?
aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
Inform Mr. Jackson on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated
In a
that
second, I'll tell you why. I
this
think
slide indicates that the location and orientation
wrong.
of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please.
baby girl.
Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
Oh, God damn.
So he did, initially, it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a
That
static
washable
test?
paint.
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
He asked what kind of
That's
test
right.
it was. How else do you ask that? Get him, Uncle.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
He already
In a
asked
static
that.
test,
See how he snuck it
neither
in?
the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Like that, man.
Is there any significance or purpose to
Right.
that, in your opinion?
Hell no.
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces
That's
of
right.
the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any
Yeah,
scientific
but even the ones in the
significance,
back.
in your opinion?
Hope
of this
did every
particular
man
test?
hear that too?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving
What's he
at
doing there?
about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it
It looks
relates
like
to
he's
static
taking a
test?
piss behind the car.
So that's when something's
I'm
in
sorry,
motion, and in this
disclaimer.
instance, it's
It
the
looks like
Lexus
he's
moving at about 2
urinating
miles per hour
behind
into
the
his
car.
arm.
I mean,
Did Dr. Welcher
did he have to go to the
explain what
bathroom
purpose
during
of
the
this
test?
was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that
Damn,
that
the
when
Lexus
his
is
arm
still
makes
filthy.
contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see
Did
that
he piss on the taillight?
Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange T-shirt?
Sustain.
Why objection?
What's he
He's the
wearing?
one that wanted to dress like John
It
O'Keefe.
appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as being, as John O'Keefe having worn that night on
All this
January
guy
29th,
needs to do
2022?
now is
Yes.
get bit by
Is there any
Chloe,
significance to wearing that
and
T-shirt?
he's gonna feel like he's John O'Keefe.
Not that I can think of, no.
Oh goddamn!
Did you note any
Tomatoes
or
on
identify
there.
any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door
Static
open to all
select.
those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20?
What
Right? In
happens
terms
at
of what are the
24?
collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be,
Yeah,
right?
put his ass
This-
out there 24
This dynamic
miles an hour.
test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature. No.
Did
Morning,
Dr.
Jojo.
Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage
Oh
to
shit!
Miss Reed's Lexus
All
was
caps.
consistent with the striking
Basic.
of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any
Well, the
impact testing that he
Yeah,
did. No.
basic.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Miss Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight. What components were damaged in this alleged interaction. So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
Right.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
Did you bring a rocket launcher with you?
Thanks for nothing.
Did he say thanks for nothing?
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these
This
are
would be in
undamaged
trouble,
in sort of manufacturing
A
specs.
bracket.
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
May I have just a moment, chat? Monster energy in the morning. Gotta love it. It's almost lunchtime.
You have it with you up there at the witness stand?
Yes.
Could you retrieve that with the court's permission?
Okay.
So
If you could remain standing for just a quick second.
he's gonna whip
Do
it
you
at him.
recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX 570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will know it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate. But I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes,
Yeah.
if possible.
I mean, that's what he said.
Okay.
Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yes.
This might be clunky. Thank you.
Uncle Alan,
We just have the tag perhaps put somewhere
he
on.
picked that shit up like it was nothing.
And is Dr. Wolf going to use it for his testimony now?
Yes.
Okay,
Very
so
briefly.
Listen, Judge Bell.
give it back over there, please, Chrissy.
What was that all about?
Give it to him. Thank you.
All this sexy talk about weirdness going on, right? Starting to feel a little awkward.
Man,
Okay,
thank you. Dr. Wolf, you indicated that there was a 5 millimeter area of acrylic covering the diffusers, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5 millimeter acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the liftgate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there?
Why? What's up, Patrick? Thanks for coming back, man. That first live was, I don't know what was going on. I don't know
That you
who the
just
hell
been
knows.
describing.
You're here. Let's do
Yes,
it.
so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the
I mean,
other
she
side of
don't-
the witness stand.
Yes, Your
Dr.
Honor.
Wolf, if you can just,
So
you know, hit her
along
over
the
the head
bottom
with it
is
so we
the
can go home
clear
early.
diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second
Disclaimer.
tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5 millimeters roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 millimeters in thickness underneath
I
this.
understand that.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat.
Crazy.
Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? You could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolf?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject
There's
taillight
no
material?
way possible.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
All right, so that can't go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't you take it and
Why don't you just give it
I'm
to
just
Judge
gonna
Bev and
store
she
it there
can
until
put it
he's
on
finished with his testimony, and then we
her
can give it to the,
somewhere at home, wherever she keeps it. I
however
don't
you
know.
want to do it,
Well,
Your Honor.
just give it to
I
Judge
have
Bev.
is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right, so thanks, Jim.
Put it on top of her desk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I continue?
yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it, there are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it, your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve.
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects or holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an 1/8 of an inch or so.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed?
Nah, she doesn't
So,
like that at all.
As I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta change in, so change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will, sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not, because I don't understand this as well as you. If an object, does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and struck by another object moving? Is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck it?
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of mathematics? Right.
So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right. So that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer, you're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to say 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds, that's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you could think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis...
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Right, so that's sustained.
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated...
Sustained. I'm going to see what's high power.
Damn, huh? It's gonna be hard to Good morning, Debbie. How are you? It's gonna be really hard for Alan Jackson to present his case the way he wants to present it, I feel, in my opinion, because it seems like Hank wants to discredit Arcca the best he can. And what I was saying earlier, you know, Judge Bev is acting so, because she probably watches social media too, and that's why she tells everybody stay off your social media. She probably sees how everyone makes these memes about her when the crash daddies come in, and she gets all hot and bothered. So now she's got to act like she doesn't like them, right? Because she can't be biased, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but you know, social media will. Yeah, exactly, Debbie. She's acting pissy. But she wasn't acting like that before last year when she met these guys. So I don't know. Does she watch social media? Is that she tells the jury, be careful with your social media, be careful with talking about this case. Do you think for 1 second she doesn't go home and watch everything on social media? That's not bias. If that's not bias, I don't know what is. I mean, You tell me. I don't know if I tried to get this off. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take phone calls during the lunch break, and then seriously, what? DD. Seriously, you agree or seriously? You're asking me that question? Do I think that she's acting like that because or I don't even know. I said so much, so you have to put a little more context behind seriously. Agree, she is awful. How is this sidebar when Dr. Wolf is going off? Come, well, yeah, exactly. Dr. Smurf. Goddamn. She's definitely snooping.
Dr. Wolf,
Yes.
may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
No, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Let's
she's-
describe, if you would, please, what hypothesis, what
Yeah.
role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data? Yes. Did you find any?
No.
Other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
Oh, DD, I understood what you
As
were
it
saying.
pertains to an analysis
Everybody in
to
the
the
chat,
taillight
DD,
and
she's
the damage
good.
and the
She's
forces,
saying
no.
she's snooping. I understand, DD.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at Arcca. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle or Lexus was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Yeah.
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory, as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is, as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle. Is
this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right taillight after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely.
Were you
Yes.
hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide.
Lou, 42.
What is this?
What's up, Blue?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Damn, look at that thing,
Certainly.
huh?
So you can see, I'll get my...
Pause if necessary.
So at the top here, there's a blue camera here.
Oh,
There's
shit.
another
Look at
blue camera here. So these are our
42's
high-speed
picture.
cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot. And then on the right is right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly, I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
I mean, look at this equipment that they're using. It's a lot better than you putting some blue paint on your elbow.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made,
That's right,
the average
Wow.
temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And
This is
I will
great.
note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that.
Damn, the shit broke at
Can I
10?
ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With
No,
regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
We go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the taillight come from the left and impact the arm.
Sergeant Barrows' testimony, he saw a crack. Ooh.
What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Second.
Let's move to the next slide, please.
I don't know. Who the hell knows?
What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide.
Right.
Basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact. So you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There's a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
Pags, good morning.
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Yes.
Next slide, please. This is still
Thank you
test
so
A,
much.
is that correct?
Thank you for being here. Yeah, I have a graduation today.
Consistent with being
One of my
struck by the
nephews
taillight
graduating
at
from
10
high
miles per
school,
hour.
so
What I
I'm gonna
observed
try
from the
to get
test is that
as
there
much
was
time
no
in as I
mechanism
can.
to create any
Oh,
of
yeah.
the holes that we observed on the
no
subject
matter how many, we're
sweatshirt.
all
Do
here.
you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes,
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
yes.
Next slide, please.
That's right, Mama J's.
What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
So what you can see is that
But now I
as
got,
the-
nieces, nephews.
as the arm is
my son
impacted, we
next
have
year.
the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. and the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G, so you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, where we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data,
that's what we're waiting.
What we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law.
That's right.
Law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained is to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take the morning recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wilkinson, file out the jurors. Want to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please?
All right, to the court, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Monday night, June 9th, 7 to 10. James Jackson, JFK, live podcast, meet and greet, special guest, 196 Franklin Street, Lynn, Mass, $30 cover charge. Yes, there is parking, 21 plus. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna take you up to 39,000 feet. Disclaimer! James Jackson, JFK, live podcast this Monday. Let's go.
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
All you long gamers, all you new followers, subscribers, let's keep this thing going. We're here, we're not going nowhere.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Henry trial with us, but I want to tell you guys about something real quick. We talk a lot about personal safety here all the time. Did you know that your personal data is being harvested and sold online by data brokers? Anybody can buy your personal details, and when that happens, you're at risk for a whole host of things: identity theft, targeted phishing scams, potentially stalking. There's so much more. But that is why I'm so happy to tell you about our
Commentate. Yeah, so actually, you know what? What do they say? Like 20 minutes or so, they're gonna do something. We'll take that off then. Who's gonna be there? Who's gonna be at the show? I know Rose McDonald. Let me see. Let me get this. Got 30 people up in here. I thought somebody said JFK. Where's he at? Where you at, JFK? He might be busy. He's probably packing up all his gear, getting ready. Oh, don't even tell me. Let me see. Did you say yes, there is parking? I was wondering about that. Yes, there is parking. There's street parking. I'm trying to think if there's like an offset in parking, but I know there's plenty of street parking, so you're good with that. Becky G. Yes, this testimony is amazing. Zep. I'm looking up the address now. Lynn, Mass, 196 Franklin Street. Mama J says, I plan on going. I'm not going to miss it for the world. Lynn Diaz says, hi, James. What's up, Lynn? She also says, I wish I had Dr. Wolf to explain physics. I would have passed high school. Oh, goddamn. Yes. JFK said, you could park across the street and stop and shop. He wasn't scared on the streets, so you can park either in Stop and Shop or right across the street. There's plenty of parking. That will not be a problem. If it is, we'll just have to valet your cars for you. Cash coming through. Hi, James Jackson B. Miss. Hi, James Jackson. I bought tickler. Disclaimer. The hell did you buy a tickler for? Oh, god damn. Cash, I'm sorry. I'm trying to read this. Hi, James Jackson. I bought a tickler. Oh, tickets. Hoping to be there. That's great. We're hoping to see you. Disclaimer. We're hoping to see you. Lindia said, I did graduate, James. We got a graduation today. You know, these kids, they're doing great. You know, it could be worse. They couldn't be graduating, right? So, yeah, it's a good thing. JFK, I sent you a link in Messenger if you want to jump on. It's up to you, man. I know you doing stuff. It's so hard to write in the super chat line. Well, that's okay. I understood what you were saying. I was just having a little fun with Cash. You know, I don't know. Who the hell knows? I know some women do buy the ticklers. I don't know. You know, disclaimer. I don't know. Pastor Pepper, do you know? I don't know. Who the hell knows? Lynn Diaz said, my son graduated last night. Yeah. This one's gonna be out in Saugus, Mass. It will be hopefully the rain, like I said, hopefully we do not get that. But congratulations, Lynn Diaz, to your son. Blue 42 with the new picture coming through says, DD, I'm 9 hours away, Blue 42? There's no excuses. When people are coming from across the world, 3 buses, 3 lanes, 3 buses, 3 lanes, 2 planes. Add the shit up. What do you got? You got JFK, James Jackson live podcast. Let's go. Mama J says, I'll be right back. I gotta go check my schedule. I want to be there for my boys. She definitely wants to. So this is how we do it. Nope, not like that. That's not how we do it. We're going to do it like this. Back to the layover. Drop.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Monday night, June 9th, 7 to 10. James Jackson, JFK, live podcast, meet and greet, special guest, 196 Franklin Street, Lynn, Mass, $30 cover charge. Yes, there is parking, 21 plus. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna take you up to 39,000 feet. Disclaimer! James Jackson, JFK, live podcast this Monday. Let's go.
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
All you long gamers, all you new followers, subscribers, let's keep this thing going. We're here, we're not going nowhere.
We're not going anywhere. Ain't that right, JFK? What up, Mary? Mary says, "Hi, James. I'm watching this trial on TV. Not a channel today because I'm babysitting. In case anyone curses, we want to say hello to you." Well, nobody cursing on this channel, Mary. Hello back. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? But I respect that, and we try our best here not not to curse. But yeah, Lindia says, "James, you cracked me up," and that's great. I mean, I'm glad. I'd rather crack you up than make you cry. All these kids graduating is awesome. Yeah, it's great. It's a great thing to see. I was just there. Blue 42. I'd probably be too shy to. James and JFK make me feel all nervous, then I ramble. I don't know why. Why do we make you feel nervous? We're regular people. Especially when you get to meet us, you're gonna love us. Disclaimer, I meant like the type of people we are. We're not pieces of shit. We're not people like 1 second, I just want to get this video. But yeah, Rose McDonald's gonna be there. Lindia. It looks like it's looking like we got probably. Oh god damn! It's looking like we probably got like 40 to 50, 40 to I'd say like 40 to 50 people already gonna be there, which is a great thing. JFK and I are excited about this. Blue, maybe one day. Haha. Yeah. I mean, Blue, if you come down like the buffer zone or that area before this case is over, I'm sure all of us will get together again. This is just the first time that we're doing this. We're gonna see how everything goes. That's right, love is love. And we'll see the turnout, we'll see how it works out. And if it goes good the first time, there's gonna be a second time. We're talking barbecues. We're talking roller skate parties like 90s. I did see, I don't know where I seen it, but I seen somebody post that they were doing like a throwback party like 90s, and I was like, man, JFK and I talk about this, and this is no slight to anybody, but we have been talking about it. And I guess whoever does it first, right? So congratulations, but I forget which content creators doing it, but they're doing like some like old school 90s theme type of thing. And we kind of like when we're on the flights, when JFK and I, when I'm co-host with JFK and we're on a flight and we take you 39,000, we're listening to all that old school music. We're getting you in that old school feel. We're trying to, bring back that nostalgia feel. So, yeah, I don't know who's doing it, but like I said, it may be the first step to a huge opening for live podcasts for us across the worldwide. We'll come see you. Oh, really? Auntie Deb's doing that, huh? Shout out to you, Auntie Deb. I don't know. Who the hell knows? He's going to do it first. Let him do it. You guys bring in the decks? Oh, shit. I think Mike and CPU Tom was saying that this morning. Saying that they're going to do it or saying Auntie Deb is doing it. I mean, whoever does it, that's great. I mean, that's awesome. But, that's like kind of our lane where we, like, that's our zone. We kind of hang out there. That's what we do. But, you know, hopefully everything works out for them and what they're doing. Somebody else asked him to promote it. Somebody asked who to promote what. If you can see on the bottom of the screen going across, I have all the information. And at the end, Pepper, I don't know if you noticed the end, it's going by right now. $30 DM parking. There is parking. So yeah, what do you guys feel so far about the Arcca? How do you think Hank's gonna feel? Hank's gonna try to destroy his credibility and all this other shit. And you know, we just cannot let that. For 1 second, I'm just doing something, so bear with me. We can't let that take us off our pivot. You know, Hank is gonna get up there and do what the hell he does. His little baby crybaby shit, and cool. That's cool, Hank. Real cute. What happened? What happened? Got it. Hopefully it's not too big. Pause. Talking about a file. Talking about a file, ladies. Calm it down. Calm it down. So now, gallery. Should be that. So yeah, you know, I see a lot of people talking about the waterfall and things they're noticing. And I mean, shit, it's going on 2 years now where JFK and I stay at the waterfall. And people know, like we were talking about this in the beginning, like how we felt like everyone was kind of glazing over us and not really giving credit where credit's due. But the main source who broke this story, who speaks on this story nightly, who went to jail for this, he breaks it down every chance he gets that waterfall comes up. He tells us, disclaimer, he tells his chat that, you know, James Jackson, JFK, he's always letting people know who put that out there. So, not who put it out there, but who stayed on it. And that's something we did. We stayed on it. It came in as a short. Let me see.
There's a place where everybody goes. It's a place not everybody knows yet, although there could be any place at all. Day or night, it's where it's at, making friends there in the chat, while JFK and James reenact the waterfall. And when this journey's finally at its end, we can say that all of us are friends. We stood proud and all of us stood tall, while those around us said you're wrong. We stood our ground, stayed Boston strong, thanks to JFK and James' reenactment of the waterfall. Everybody goes. It's a place not everybody knows yet, although there could be any place at all. Day or night, it's where it's at, making friends there in the chat, while JFK and James reenact the waterfall. And when this journey's finally at its end, we can say that all of us are friends. We stood proud and all of us stood tall, while those around us said you're wrong. We stood our ground, stayed Boston strong, thanks to JFK and James' reenactment of the waterfall.
And I don't know exactly what's going on with JoJo, but all I do know is that the people in the chat, I'm sure let me. Yeah, I don't see. I say prayers for nobody wants us. All right, so prayers for you, JoJo. Hopefully everything is going good. I'm not sure I missed what was going on. So if you feel we need prayers for sure. Yeah, so your brother. So prayers to JoJo's brother. Um Thanks, Becky. There's 38 people in here. I'm sure if you were rocking with us, some are not. If you're rocking with us, please put your prayers up for JoJo. Hey, baby girl. We're praying for JoJo right now. Yeah. So, yeah. Let me just make sure I got this so I don't want to fall behind because I'm going to do some phone calls during the other break, lunch break. Sorry. Yeah, there's still. That's what's up. Thank you guys. I appreciate all of you guys. I'm sure JoJo does too. That's what's up. We got your back, JoJo. Ramblin' Rome, I will keep your family lifted in prayer. Mama J's, prayers for JoJo. Roseanne, prayers for JoJo. Blue, 42, prayers for JoJo. Colleen R, prayers for JoJo. Nikki C, prayers for JoJo. Carla Mass, prayers for JoJo. I'm sorry. I take prayers for JoJo's brother. But you get it, what I'm trying to say. Jackie, prayers for JoJo. Scotty, Free Karen Reed, prayers to JoJo's brother. And Scotty, thank you for the music. Keep it coming. Scotty did the song, The Waterfall. He did a couple other songs. He did the Layover song for me. He did a Reasonable Doubt song for me. Yeah, he did a lot, and he's got he's getting real good with that. So keep doing your thing with that, Scott. Yeah. Man, you're gonna get Luna. Please don't get started. Those are your friends. She just put her head down like, oh, I want to fight too. Yes, we do. We love Scotty's songs. Oh boy, I truly love y'all. Yes, James Jackson. You'll be all right, JoJo. Your brother will be all right. Prayers for him. You did the work, James. Keep doing what you do. Hey, Scotty, teamwork, right? It's teamwork makes a dream work. What's going on now? So I mean the weather yesterday was 90 here, and I'm hearing that the rest of the week is gonna be shit like kind of between like 60s and high as 66 or some shit. Figures every time, actually not every time, disclaimer, but you know, when JFK gets here, he's gonna be getting here to see. I mean, he's coming from the hot weather. He's gonna be coming right back, but he's used to it. He's from here, so he knows. But man, did he miss a day yesterday? Almost passed out cutting the grass. Had to cut the back and the front. I wish I had wanted to ride along, but around here in this neighborhood, they'll laugh at you for riding one of those, or they'll steal it. Disclaimer: I mean, I don't know necessarily if they'll steal. They might. They might. They just might. I don't mind pulling this up. I just hate when that dude comes on to promote his shit. 1 second. Let me get this up. Oh, there was one thing I want to show you. Check this out. So anyone that gets shirts and stuff like that, if you have a special order that you want to do, I can do it for you. I want to show you something real quick. So I'm doing this jacket. Oh, tell me. So this is the front. Can you tell me if you can see this? This is gonna be the back. Hold up. You guys can see this? Yeah, this is real nice. Check this out. So that's the back. And then this is gonna be the sleeve on one side. And then this will be the other side. So don't think that you're limited when you go into the shop to get clothes and stuff like that, because there's so much more that I can do as far as editing and designing. I feel like I can say this, that I kind of, yeah, look, Priscilla said I want it. Yeah, it's dope, right? That's gonna be my jacket I wear. Um and it's got like my stuff on it, you know, so I'm really proud of that. And I actually love the jacket the way it looks. I think it looks great. Priscilla says I want it. Cash says nice. Gigi says nice. God says that is so cool. Please pass the pepper said that's really nice. I want one. Well, that's the thing. So when people go in to Spread Shop or the shop to buy clothes, they only see certain shit. I don't know if you can edit in there like I can edit. So like I said, that will be the sleeves, the back, got the layover on the back. I could even change the color. I could do the blue, I could do the red, but I like the black and white. To be honest, I'm more shit. They got the navy blue. Yeah, so I like this one the best. Don't tell me I have to stop. Oh, so if I do that, it does white, white detail on the arm. Oh, god damn. I got to color that, fix it. But so anyway, yeah, that's the back, that's the front. So I just wanted to show you guys that there are options, other options that you can do for that. And let me see. Yeah, customizable. Yay. Yeah, it's very customizable. So I got the layover logo on the front. I was determined whether or not to put the disclaimer logo on the front and have the disclaimer on the back, but I don't know. Who the hell knows? I like it the way it looks. That layover design is perfect. And you know, people will spend days and hours and just invest so much time in thinking of a design to come up with. If you guys knew how long that took me to come up with that design and make it, and actually make it a PNG that it would be able to go on a jacket, a hat, a cup, a mug, whatever, what have you. Yeah, you'd be like, wow, shit's crazy. So where do we find this? Is it available now? No, so this is what I'm customizing for myself. You can find, I mean, this is like $80. I don't know if that's what people want to. And the other thing too, Scott, I'm sorry, I keep looking over just to make sure. Let me put it here so I'm not turning my head to you guys. The other thing, Scott, is Spread Shop. The place I use, it's very, let's just say they cut your throat in half. You know, $80 jacket, I sell it, I might get maybe $20 or something like that for it. So they really So my point is, I would like to find someone who does this like out that I can go face to face, like meet them. I don't want to do this shit over line. I'd rather do, because when it comes to this and designing it, so let me get back. Damn, I think once I did that, let me go to this color, uh, color right here, color, black, boom. All right, now I gotta go to this one, color, color, black. All right, so over here, yeah. So I got the James, because you can have. I had to have it like even out. So I put the logo right there, the James Jackson logo with the Jackson, and then the layover design on the back, and then obviously the one on the front. So yeah, I like this, man. This is pretty cool. So I could definitely do some designs for other people if they want them in the future. It's just something that if that's what you're into, that's something you want to do, we can work that out. Let me see something. That's a good price. $80. Let me check. I think it was 80. Let me see. I'll show you down here. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Yeah, so it's at 70.49, which is better. Only 70.49. That's not bad at all. See it right here? I'm sure with shipping and all that, it's gonna be a little bit more, but it's definitely worth it. I think it's worth it. I think it's nice. I like it. I'm definitely a fan. Oh, you guys couldn't see. I'm sorry. God damn. I thought the shit was still up. I took it down. So it's 70.49. Thank you guys. Oh, and Jackson should be layover. Oh, on a Jackson should be. I don't know what you said. Scott. Oh, on Jackson should be layover. I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm not saying like, yeah, I think that if you guys were interested in that, the letter O. Oh, I see what you're saying. The O on Jackson. Yeah, but the only thing, Scott, is it changes the size of the font, the lettering, so it, like everything has to be the same. Yeah, I like the name down Jackson down the sleeve too, Priscilla. I like how it all came together. But that was just like a freestyle of, let me see if this works, And so far it does. Boom. We got it back. Yeah. Yeah, Scott, it's not. I mean, you and I, if there's something that you want to do, you've done a lot for the shows, and JFK and I are grateful for that. We could work something out with you. If you have a design you want to put on there, we could do that. I could show you, point you in the right direction. Paula said, James, I've ordered team shirts. They run about $50 to $60 just for polyester short sleeve collar shirts. Really? For one? That's crazy, Paula. On mine it was 50 to 60. I've ordered team or for a team. Yeah, for one. Wow, that's a lot. But I'm saying you ordered it off of the James Jackson clothing, where the clothes are, because I don't know if Pepper is still in here. If she could put that link up in the description. Oh yeah, different company. But it was a company that you met, you knew them or something on the street, or because I would rather deal with somebody that I can go to the shop and talk to them, and if I don't like it, I can tell them what I don't like about it. Yeah, Pepper, I don't know if there's a way you could put that in. Oh yeah, you wanted me to try to fix something with the I'm gonna try that too. Let's see what we got. Got some music to listen to in the meantime, in between time. In the meantime, in between time. What's this?
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good, thank you.
Is that the only way you can get his testimony in at this point? If you do?
It seems that way, yes.
Any decision about Trooper Proctor, Karen?
TBD.
Coming up. Any idea who the first
That was Silver.
Who's that handsome guy sitting next to Alessi? Oh, goddamn.
And you feel that you're going down. This little angel is going to whisper in your ear. He's going to say, "Get up, you son of a bitch!" That's Mickey loves you.
South Boston. Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? Hey man, what's up guys? Kevin from South Boston. Those two dudes that you're accusing, right? They're decorated dudes. Decorated dudes. And this comes out that she actually did it.
Did what? Did what? Ghosted your ass?
Dude.
Decorated.
There he is. Shady dude.
Order in the court. Go ahead, Mr.
There they
Johnson.
are.
Your Honor may abstain closing. Reasonable doubt.
Proof that the ATF has
Scotty,
no
you
problem
like this?
killing you.
Hey man, what's up guys? Kevin from South Boston.
What's up, Kevin from South Beach? What's happening?
No, listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right?
Decorated.
God damn. I forgot all about that one, Scotty. How it ended and everything. But I meant, oh, who's that handsome guy? Thank you. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me. You know, trolls want to go in on why I was there. But that was me. Luke 42. This beat, though, gotta shake it every time. I get it. Back in the day, we ordered from Charles River spot in West Roxbury. Yeah, there's actually a spot over in Somerville. I have to talk to him. My friend, he works with them, and yeah, so that's something that's, it's just been a lot of stuff we've been trying to do to come up with different scenarios and different things that we can continue this. And the merch is definitely going to be one of my things because I just like, man, these birds are chirping today. Oh, they're back, huh? Why ain't mine playing? What is going on? Shit.
We can be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test just with increased velocity?
Correct. that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this
We
test
caught up,
was
right?
approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
We caught up, chat?
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will,
Yes.
is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. With you may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the sweatshirt at issue worn by John O'Keefe? I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video that you will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we're talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
Thank you, Peppa. There's the link right
Can you
there.
describe
Anybody
the
that
decoupling?
wants.
Is that shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay. What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10 mile an hour test, which again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide.
Yeah, it would cause major bruising.
And
but
what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting
YouTube,
the
Shantae's Inferno.
damage to the taillight.
Enjoy your day.
At the conclusion of the test, where again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They're not mine.
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
But thank you.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide, I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test.
Who here
And
thinks
I'll
that they
point out
should have
one other
did
thing, just because you can
24
see it in the
mile
photograph.
per hour test?
This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
Right.
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17-mile-an-hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please.
That's going to be the 24 miles an hour.
What is this graph depicting?
So going back to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak acceleration at around 5 milliseconds.
Right.
And that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy. And then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
What's
Can
up,
we go to slide
Angela?
48, please?
Angelina, I'm sorry.
What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle
same
that
one.
was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we
Did
could go
they
to
give
slide
that to you?
29, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending
And
the
these
arm.
guys ain't
I
playing.
think I
They
have
got
an
a
additional photograph
forklift.
that shows it close up. But the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
These guys are not playing.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Oh, God damn.
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
It's like it fits in
Why
there
did you choose
perfect.
this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
It's painted.
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this?
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
Why?
Does this configuration align with
At least
your
they heard it.
understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
God damn. So how do we feel as far as the 24? I mean, he's done 10 miles an hour. He's done 17 miles an hour. And we've seen what happened at 17. How do we feel that with the 24 miles an hour? What do you think's going to happen? I mean, it's very risky. I think now actually seeing this, obviously seeing what they're bringing in and they're talking, the jury's like, these guys are professionals, opposed to a guy painting his arm blue and actually saying that this is what happened. So I think the jury's already looking at this guy as, wow, and holding him to a high standard. But once they do that at 24 miles an hour, that shit just bust open. The only thing they can say then is, well, the arm broke too. Why didn't his arm break? And, it's back to you can't have your cake and eat it too. Officer Barrows said he remembers the taillight being cracked. So Hank could flip it. I mean, I guess he can't because he's already going with the 47 pieces. But he could say, well, wasn't it cracked?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that. And if I just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to count for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly.
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground. And that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying a compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide. What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolf, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead.
No tap tap. God.
Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one.
I mean, that.
What are we looking at in this video? I'm sorry, this photograph.
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
Okay. Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is, yeah, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video.
Right, Paula?
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests. And the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of just moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct. Nothing on the upper arm. Yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15-mile-per-hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this graph?
So you're looking at the hand acceleration over time. So you can see that because, as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight. So that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
What was the arm or the appendage outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside the full scale vehicle testing, we had a lift gate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, excuse me, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted, and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. Ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes, there's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in Delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We'll move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the taillight while we install the upper tail, the liftgate taillight to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the taillight after the install. So the average temperature of this taillight during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay, if we could watch this video, please. Do your next slides show, there you go, the suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolf, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry.
That's okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help. I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you.
What's up, Melissa?
What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Wow.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted just before we get to the other testing? The force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines?
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay. Next slide, please. And what is this?
This is a video, a high-speed video, so slow motion, of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay.
What's up, Coco? Yeah, I'm here now. I'm glad you're here.
Was this strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow-motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay.
Wow.
Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly a first contact with the majority of the hand, the majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15. Yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test, where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes. Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5 millimeter red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolf?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained and was to that.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm, reaching peak acceleration of about 500 Gs.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Between the hand and the arm?
Understood. Which
That's
one
right, Tank.
suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get up to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24 mile an hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please. Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2. And I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Oh, I mean, shit. Kind of look like a pirouette, huh? What happened, baby?
Next slide. What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this. It may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as
That's
liftgate
not
taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please.
24 miles an hour. This is what would happen.
Next slide.
Big chat.
In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with?
Yeah, look at the legs. That's how the shoes come off.
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact. And on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
He's not the only one, I'm sure.
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you. So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand, the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not see make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide.
G's, I'm a G.
What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, it's an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm. What happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No.
Was it projected rearward?
No.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience? What is the 29-mile-an-hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy, or a test dummy. That was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I want to go back to that test, even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
Called them the rescue.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or did, well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the rescue Randy, and then you'll see the rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please? Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So
Okay.
it's, he's wearing gloves.
That shit will burn.
He's capturing the thermal images now.
Man, I get it. People don't want to rock out. That's cool. It's okay. Another Quelo, bitch. Shit. Love me in the morning.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this?
I'll give him a
direct impact?
checkpoint.
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
I mean, shit, that's 24.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
That's 5 extra miles, Uncle Al.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
Correct.
Okay. That was my question.
Coco, you loving that rescue
And
Randy
is there another
shit,
slide
huh?
at the on the back end
damn.
of this one?
That's it.
Okay. We can have the lights.
19 people. Man,
Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests
I mean,
at
I get
what
it.
miles per
I get
hour?
it.
Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started? Jurors, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay? So we'll
Lunchtime. All right, I'm gonna open up the phone.
ready to go at 1:30.
All rise in court, please.
I tried to get a couple of guests up here, but you know, they see the numbers and they're like, nah, I ain't jumping on with James Jackson. He only got 30 people in his chat. Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's tough when you're going against people that have been doing it and they got 70,000 subscribers and shit like that. I'm only rocking out. I got 3,000 subscribers, I think, now. And
Okay.
sorry, I'm just answering this. But I get it, you know. It's tough. It's tough when you're going up everybody. You'll grow, James. Give it time. Yeah, Lisa, it'll happen. Blue 42 says. 31 now supports you. Yes, 31. We need 42. Isn't that right, Blue? Blue 42. Giving out nicknames and shit. Lisa says, James, you'll grow. That's all in due time. That's great. I know I will. You know, and I did. Last year I had about 50 subscribers. This year I moved up to 3,000 and something, like 3,100 or something like that. But yeah, let me open up the phone lines, and if anybody wants to call in, they can do so. Let me just make sure this number on here is working. If my Pepper, if you're still in the chat, I'm gonna try to call you from. Man, I got a hell of a lot of messages, so this must be it. Hold on 1 second. One second, guys. If anybody wants to try and call in, you can do so. That is the number right there going across the screen. If you want to call in, feel free. Feel free to call in. Let's talk to the people. Let's talk to the people. That's what you gotta see right here. I grabbed my family's phone and subbed to James for them. Shh. You got to do stuff like that, Blue 42. Listen, everybody do what Blue 42 does. Go to your nephew, go to your cousin, go to your aunt, go to your uncle, go to your grandmother, go to your grandfather. I don't care who you go to. Take their phone, say, hey, can I see your phone for a second? Go to YouTube, James Jackson, and hit subscribe. Say, here's your phone back. They ain't gonna know what the hell you did. Shit. Right? Right, Blue 42? Blue, that's a great idea. Man, I've been doing that. I got like it. The funny part about this whole shit is I have my nieces and nephews that are like, they're of age to know what's going on. So I'll take their phone sometimes and do it. So they always get alerts like when I go live and they're like, what is this, Uncle Jay? Like what's going on and ba ba ba. So the other night, I'm sorry, excuse me, the last nephew's graduation, which was last week, we were out and a woman recognized me as James Jackson. And I'll tell you, I really feel like awful not remembering that woman's name because you made me look like a straight celebrity in front of my nieces and nephews. They were like, oh, God damn, who the? And I'm like, yeah, I tried telling you guys. Uncle Jay is, and they were just dying laughing. So it was a great time. It was a great moment. Just to be out in public and people recognizing who you are. And it's cool because I didn't have to say anything but oh goddamn. As soon as she said, are you James Jackson? I was like, oh goddamn. Because I mean, I was like trying to be discreet. I had the but I guess I wasn't because I had my polo on, my my bucket. James is probably because it's Friday and everyone is scrambling to beat the weekend traffic. I know many times I'm here just driving and can't comment on chat. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. You're here. You're here, Paul. I appreciate it. Zep says, is Dr. Turtle Boy in the courtroom? I do not know, Zep. I don't know. I think he said something about that they were giving him shit this week. He couldn't get in. I don't know who the hell knows. I'm not a reporter, but hopefully he is, right? Scotty, you are James. What? I'm a celebrity now. I gotta get used to this shit. It's the other thing, people want you to be James Jackson 24/7. It's hard. It's hard trying to be James Jackson 24/7. I mean, I do try. Don't get me wrong. I try to be James Jackson 24/7, but sometimes I get caught up and things that I wouldn't normally say come out. But that's for another story. Yeah, Turtle Boy has court Monday. I heard Scott. So yeah, hopefully we'll be celebrating on that too. We'll get that news. Yeah, I mean, I'm a proud uncle, and I have. Let's see, 2, 4. I have 6. Well, let me get it straight. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 nephews and 2 nieces. So yeah, and one son. So they're all like really close in age. One of them just graduated from college. One of them graduated from high school. The other one just graduated from high school the year prior, and my other one just graduated from high school today. He's graduating, and then my son graduates next year, which will be great because finally all this bullshit's behind me, and I'll be able to be there without any bullshit. So, if anybody wants to call this number, check it out. The number is across the screen. I just wanted to make sure that's the right number. If anybody wants to call in, call in. Even if you want to call in and talk shit, I'll entertain it for so long. So, what does everybody think right now? Like, that's the question. Do we think this is good that he did that? Because the only thing I could say, and this is a disclaimer, I mean, it's common sense too, but Officer Barrow said that tail light was cracked, right? Which is great because Hank's trying to say the tail light looked like there was no tail light there at all. But now, when they just showed what happened at 24, then 29, 29 put a big ass, almost a dent in the back of the metal, everything. It destroyed everything except for the tail light piece that got hit. But when he did, like, I think it was the 19, that tail light cracked, So when we saw that, let me see, that was kind of scary seeing that for me because I think about these are our experts, and I think that definitely these are our experts, and we want to be able to show the jury that there's no way in hell that this could have happened the way the Commonwealth is trying to paint it, pun intended, to say that this happened. Blue 42 became a member. That's what's up. Blue 42, you wasn't a member? Damn, girl. You better go grab your grandmother's phone or your cousin's phone and your auntie's phone, and you better make them members too. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Blue 42. I appreciate you. Oh my God, I figured it out, James. It took me 2 weeks. Haha. What, to become a member? Blue 42, you now are a member. You got some cool little perks you can do. You can go watch that video, members only. I try to do a couple members only videos and see where I'm at with that. It's pretty cool. She said, okay. She's on a mission. That's what's up, Blue 42. I appreciate it. James, the presentation collaborates with the this presentation collaborates with the Dighton Chiefs. Exactly, Paula. Exactly what I was just saying. So Hank's gonna get up there after lunch and say, well, you guys did all this work. This is cool. This is great. Yeah. So you backed up, huh? You did. You changed the tail light each time, right? Yeah, well, that was pretty good. Okay. So one of the officers said that it only cracked, and you're showing that it just shattered the way we said. So which one is it? I mean, I could see him doing that, Paula. That was my point. Thank you for recognizing my point. I appreciate it. Roseanne, are there levels to memberships? Yeah, there are different levels. There's always levels to shit. And disclaimer, this is not shit. There are always levels to different things. And I think it starts off at like $1.99. I tried to do whatever, so YouTube creates it for you. Once you become partnership with YouTube, they give you all the stuff. Oh, you tried calling? Try calling again, Cheryl, with an S. Let me see. Nah, I don't know if that was a number. I don't know if that's a number. Let me take this down. I mean, it should be, right? Shouldn't change. Because yeah, that should be the number. God damn, every time I get a that is the number. So if you want to call back, go ahead. You can call back. God damn, man. You can try and call back now. Please pass the pepper. Thank you. Thank you. Pass the pepper. I can't find it on your or JFK. I would like to upgrade the level. It's probably me. Well, Roseanne, you know what? Monday night, you just have to give me your phone, and I'm gonna put it to the highest level there is. I'm just kidding. Disclaimer. I'll try to help you out with it when you come to the party on Monday. Not party, you know what I mean. The live podcast that we're having. If you don't figure it out by then. I have barking dogs driving me crazy. Can't call in. Sorry. It's all right, Priscilla. I know what that's like. I have them. I mean, every neighbor in my back, like when I let my dog out back, she has them. I got to run to an appointment. That's fine. Shut up with an S. There's 34 people in this chat. Nobody wants to call in and talk. That's fine. Because I think I'm going to be ending probably, let me see. I got to find out what time. I think I'm leaving here by 2. They haven't canceled it yet. Well, it's going to pour out as soon as we get there. And Hank's chugging down Red Bull for lunch or eating his Wheaties. Hey, JFK's in the chat. JFK, what up? We taking calls, JFK. We taking calls. Hank's chugging down Red Bull. Well, while I'm chugging down a Monster. So good luck to Hank. But you know, Paula, you picked up what I was putting down. Officer Barrows testified the taillight was cracked, and now you got our expert coming in there showing that taillight shatter at 19 miles per hour. I mean, I don't know. Is it going to confuse the jury? Could it confuse the jury? I mean, shit. I don't know. Who the hell knows? JFK, you tell me. JFK in the house. Can you hear JFK?
Mic check to the gods.
Mic check, mic check. We hear you, Jay. We hear you loud and clear.
Mic check to the gods.
So,
man.
The question is, Officer Barrows, right? He testified that he only saw a crack in that taillight.
Right.
Our experts are showing that at 19 miles per hour, if John's arm did hit the taillight, it would have shattered a little. So, I don't know, man. Is it going to confuse the jury? That's the question. Do you think it's going to confuse them?
Man, I don't know, man. You was in there. You tell me.
As far as seeing them, I don't know. Like, I don't know them personally, so I don't know how they think. Or, I mean, it very well could, because these experts, let's just be clear on 100%. These experts that we got in here now are real experts. The shit they did, I mean, goddamn, they went and bought new taillights for each time they did a test. That guy didn't want to bust that taillight out because he didn't want to pay for another one. So he put the blue paint on his arm. Tapped it real easy. But they didn't care. They were smashing taillights all over. They didn't give a shit. Yeah, they didn't. But I mean, I don't know. I just think that it could confuse them only because these guys are real I mean, like when he broke down the physics with the. Oh, I'm sorry. This mic picks up every little sound. You know, the physics when he said to Alan Jackson, "Let me break this down. I know it might be a little confusing to you." And I said, I was joking, saying, "Oh no, I know what that means," you know. Um, but yeah, it could. I mean, Paula thinks so too. She said, "James, I think it puts much clearer view on the taillight case." Well, yeah, it definitely does.
I mean, the only problem I have, honestly, with that is that Hank Brennan's gonna go in there and say, "So the tail light broke after the arm hit it." So, like, as much as you wanna, I mean, there's so much layers to it because you have Arcca, right? And then you're gonna have his boy is gonna get in there too, his partner, and he's gonna talk about how you fall and all that. So, um, you know, how you can't get hit and the physics of how he would have fell and all that. So, but as far as the tail light goes, what I seen, the only confusing part that if you have a plant inside there working with the Commonwealth, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that, or you just have someone who don't like Karen Reed as much as so we got six people, we would say six of them love Karen, and then there's got to be a couple who just don't like Karen. So if you got that one person who's saying, yeah, but the tail light did crack when it hit the arm, and you did see it explode a couple of times too.
Right.
So I'm just saying that's what they seen. Now
Exactly.
I don't know about 42 pieces of tail light, right? But it's kind of like the Commonwealth's supposed to be the good guys, right? So, I mean, that's the only thing. As far as the question you asked me, do I think does it confuse the jury? And I asked you, I don't know, you tell me. So I'm answering that question. I mean, it could confuse the jury as far as like, okay, it did crack. I mean, based on the last trial, they said it couldn't break, right? Remember they said it couldn't break?
Yeah.
That shit broke, son.
That shit broke every time too, Jay. He did 10. It broke. Then he did 19. Someone I think was it you, Priscilla? She was like, "Damn, I'm scared to see 24 miles an hour." 29, you see what it looks like she backed up and hit a car.
Now that's what I mean. Like, that's what I don't understand. Like,
Why
why
show
not just play
29? She
why
didn't do that.
but why not just play that video and just forget all the other ones? Like, I don't know. Like that one was the most that one was the like I get it, it's fair or whatever. They're trying to keep it 100 all the way around, but yeah, the one that hit him at 29, I mean, it dented the whole car. The whole shit was fucked up.
Yeah.
They had to buy. I mean, they were pissed after that one. That's why it cut off because
Yep.
they couldn't. They didn't have the tailgate for that one. They're like, God damn, how much they want for that tailgate?
Shit.
You know
They
what
had
I'm
to go
saying?
buy
Like
a
the
new
lights were
tailgate.
nothing. They were like, no big deal. We can get them lights online for like what, two,
Get
three
them at a
hundred a piece.
junkyard.
Yeah, like probably like 200-300 a piece. So they bought 4 or 5 of them. So they spent a couple of G's on tail lights. But
Yep.
damn, that tailgate man set them back about 7,000.
Oh, God damn. You ain't lying. That tailgate. Oh man. Yeah, that's why that was the final test. They weren't trying that 7 times.
Yeah, after that, they were like, fuck, dude. Who's the poor dude who they took it from that works at the company? He's like, yo, I thought you was
Yo,
just breaking the tail light.
I
What did
need
you
to
do?
borrow your car right quick.
They're
Oh,
like, yo, hold on a minute, man. Let's just, call the insurance company.
oh man.
But yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it, man. I just seen like what I'm saying is from the eye test. I'm speaking on it from a point of view if I didn't know anything about this case. If I didn't know anything about this case and I'm getting the information in real time, then I'm seeing the tail light break. So I'm seeing what the Commonwealth saying happened.
Right.
Somewhat. I'm not seeing the only thing. You notice Alan Jackson kept saying there was no holes in the clothes. There were no holes in the
Yeah.
clothes.
Because he was
So
seeing the same thing that we were. I mean, I'm
yeah,
sure
so
he saw this.
I'm sorry to cut you off, James, but
No,
yeah,
no, I'm saying I'm sure he saw this prior, but I mean, I don't know. He
well, that's
might
the
not
main thing, right? The holes. There's no holes in the tail light. I mean, excuse me. There's
in
no
the clothes.
holes in the clothes. So, and how many tests do they do? So that's a huge thing right there. There's no
Right.
puncture holes, and if there's no puncture holes, then there's no way he could have got sliced, right? I mean, like, but they're leaving a lot on the table, not calling Higgins, man. You know what I mean?
Is
They're
that a
leaving a.
fact? Is that
I
is that a
mean, I mean,
one?
they're in the what do you call it, man? I mean, they saying that it's gonna wrap up on Tuesday. So you do the math. I mean, they gotta have you have all cross today. You know, Brennan's gonna have that dude on cross for the next. I mean, probably will. It should end with him on the cross. I think Brennan's gonna drill this dude, or maybe not. Brennan might not. Brennan might pull a trick. It might be like, did the tail light break? Yep. Okay. Thank you. And end it. I'm just saying he could fucking play him, right?
Bro, I could see him doing something like
That's what I'm
that.
saying. He could pull a. He could pull a. We don't
Like,
know.
thank
You know
you
what I
for
mean?
coming out.
Because he's been going way too far in on the witnesses. He's been going way too far in. He's getting so excited across, like he's getting so happy that, like, oh yeah, I get the cross. I get to be Hank. I get to
Yep.
be myself. I get to be the villain. I get to show everybody how good I am at being a defense attorney. But that's not going to work with this Arca dude. You know what I mean? Because honestly, the guy's honest, and the guy, is, he is what he is, man. This is what he does, right? Um, so I mean, I think it would probably be more effective if he says less.
Yeah. I mean, look what he did with Karina. He didn't have much to say to her. And I think that's a great point. I didn't look at it like that. He might just go up there and say, well, did the tail light break? Like you said.
I
Yes, it
mean,
did.
I'm just saying. I mean, we're basing it on everything we know about this case. You know what I mean? You can't do that. The trial is its own living, breathing animal. It takes different forms, different shapes, different momentum. It's different. Like the parallel it. It's it's like honestly, it's like a live stream
Right.
because when I say that, it's like there's so many lives we do, right? And we prepare for them. And then all of a sudden, someone invades the chat or a certain comment happens and pause if necessary. We take it up to 39,000 feet. We laugh about that for 15 minutes. Someone calls in and says, you know, the kids were drowning in the pool. You know what I
Right.
mean? Or
Bring
Higgins calls in,
Yeah, or Higgins, yep.
and it takes on a life of its own. So, yeah, they prepared for what they prepared for, but I mean, what they prepare for what they prepare for, but what is the jury's reaction? Are they feeling that they got through, they got over? Do they have to make a pivot? And to segue off that, I think they're leaving so much on the table, way too much on the table. And rule number one, you never leave no money on the table. You know
No
what I
money.
mean? I mean, dude, they're leaving so much on the table with Higgins, not just because of the waterfall video. And the main thing I could tell you is that how did Alan Jackson set off this trial? He set off this trial saying he had a witness saying that they seen John go in the house. Now we still haven't seen that witness, and I can only assume that witness was Higgins. Because you're gonna leave that on the table?
I
Higgins
don't
said
think
there was a 6'1" dude with dark hair in the house. You don't call him, you leave that off you leaving that off, like that's crazy.
well the thing too is they mention him in the they showed that video where he's outside in Sallyport, taking shit out of the truck. Then they show him, walking through the police station. Then they just so the jury hasn't met this guy yet. They're all thinking, who the hell is this Higgins? Now, if Higgins comes in and they're like, "This is Higgins," I mean, that might be the final nail in the coffin right there. Yep,
I
this is
mean, bro,
Higgins.
I'm
This is a
telling you,
love
James.
triangle.
I don't think they're calling Higgins, bro.
I don't know, man. Well, we'll see after this. After this,
I mean, you could make the bat phone call, man, and and find
yeah.
out. But
Shit, I
you
don't
know what
even
I'm
know.
saying. But I'm just saying. I mean, I mean, me personally, I think they're not calling Higgins because they called the chick Devis.
Yeah, yeah. Dev is sold her soul. She someone sent me a video thinking it was Devers, and it's definitely not her. I looked at it. I had to look at it twice, but it was that guy that goes up to the police. I forget his name. Um, the guy that does that funny shit. I mean, we don't condone it, but I think it was funny the way he said it. And he went up to a female Boston cop recently, and it looks kind of like her. You would have to see the video twice, but he just does his normal routine where he tells her, talks, crazy to her. Um, but yeah, it's like back to what you said. This is how people feel in Boston right now, like especially when it comes to police. They
But I think they called Devis, man, because they try to get in what she said about Higgins being by the
Sally
truck.
Port. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
because they could have asked Higgins that. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't. They're using everything that can damage him, and they're making him be the boogeyman, like I said. So I don't know, man. But they're leaving a lot on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary to think that if it ends Tuesday, that this shit went really fast. It went according to
I
plan.
mean, well, here's the point I'm trying to make. Let me put some context to it, because they're gonna end it with Arcca, right? They got Arcca, and then they're gonna put the dude coming in with the phone calls, right? The dude, what's his name? Green, whatever his name is. So they're gonna. That's how they would end it, right? They got two. They got him tonight today, then the other Arcca dude, his colleague, and then Richard Green, and then that's it. They close. So if you leave Higgins off the table, you're leaving. I seen a dude come in the house. You're also leaving the truck. He said the truck was parked in front of the mailbox, which right then and there, that kills Welch's whole theory, because Welcher said she was on the gas for 24 miles per hour and went by him, hit him and kept going and went by him and then looked at him through the windshield. So his testimony was she hit him, clipped him, he went flying. She kept going all the way to like the mailbox, and she could see him, and that's how she knew he wasn't mortally wounded, because he got back up or whatever, and then she drove off, right? Like, that's what they're saying. That's what the Commonwealth is trying to say. But we know that's impossible if Higgins's truck is there, right? So if
Yeah.
Higgins's truck is there, she would have crashed the truck. So now you're leaving that on the table. Him testifying, saying the truck was there. You're leaving on the table him saying that he swept the driveway, right? You're leaving on the table that he said he didn't say goodbye to anybody. He went back to the police station. What's he doing at the police station? He's seen a 6'1" person in there. You're leaving on the table the butt dials. You're leaving on the table, because then you got to keep in mind with the butt dials, Betterow said this yesterday. He made a good point. You got to leave this. Think about it. Everybody in that courtroom has a cell phone, and they're millennials, so they know about butt dials. They know how secure they keep their phone. You know what I mean? They probably got 5 different passwords. You got to hit your
Passwords, all that.
password,
Yep.
face identification. Then after that, send me an email. The whole shit. They don't want nobody getting into their phone. So the
Hell
point is, man, how do these butt dials take place? So now, I rolled over and I hit it with my chin, and I don't know, I was smoking a cigarette and the ash fell on it. I mean, the point is, now you're leaving the butt dials on it. Now they're going to say, no way, they're not going to believe them because of the butt dials. And then I got rid of my phones. Oh, and then by the way, I went to the Federal Bureau of Investigations and handpicked text messages with my boy. Right. So, I mean, you're leaving all that on the table. The guy who texted at 12:20, you come in here, the guy who's throwing up his hands, the guy who got upset when he said, what did John say about me? I mean, you're leaving all that on the table, and then you're gonna just and my point is, and you're just gonna go with, okay, we got enough because we got the cop, we got Lucky, we got Arcca, and we got Richard Green. Is that enough? That's the question I got to you, James. Is that enough? Do we need Higgins at that point?
I mean, I would say so. I still think we need Higgins. Yeah, we got the phone calls, we got all that stuff, all that. I'm sorry. No, you can't, babe. Oh, Jesus.
You all right?
Yeah, no, she's trying to get. There's a lot of wires, and she just.
I get it. I get it.
She is like literally this dog will. She's part of me, dude. She does not leave me alone. She's always connected to me. All right, baby, come here, come here, come here. Good girl. All right, good girl. So I'm sorry. The question again was, do we need Higgins?
At
Because
this point, did we win? I mean, reasonable doubt. Do we need Higgins? I mean,
I
they
think there's enough reasonable doubt as far as. Oh, that was her, man. No, Luna. I think there's enough reasonable doubt as far as Higgins not testifying. No, I think that is just that's a nail in the coffin. Then obviously they're not calling Proctor. They're not calling Brian A, which is crazy. This is an officer that he lived there. This is the owner of the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. They're not going to call this man and let the jury hear him say, "Oh, I was sleeping. I didn't hear all those people outside." It's like, come on, man.
But
And
back to what I said, though, it's his own living, breathing thing. I mean, they might be seeing it different in there.
yeah, and then back to the butt dials and all that shit. Like you said, we have a lot of millennials, and and just people in general know it takes a lot. My phone, you have to do either the code, the Face ID, and most people I know have the iPhones. There's a few that have Androids, but for the most part, it's iPhone. And so it's either your face recognition or you got to put some kind of password in. So all those butt dials, if they hear how many went down and what time they went down, I think that the jury definitely needs to hear that. Now, I don't know how Hank could clean that up. He could, with Higgins. Does Higgins testify again with his lawyer on the stand next to him? That's another thing. I mean, there's so much though. Like it's like we said last time. We only called 4 witnesses. They called the Commonwealth called all the other witnesses, and now they broke this down and made it so they slimmed it down so much. This case that it's scary to think
I mean, me personally, I had this conversation with Jimmy yesterday. Me personally, I would not let anybody off the hook, and I would be screaming, "Nah, man, let's hammer this shit home." Right? I mean, I think Hank Brennan, right? And I'm gonna say this, Hank Brennan strategically did this. He hit everybody on purpose, and he made it to where the defense, as good as they are, they just got they have so much food in front of them, and they just don't know what to eat, man. What to feast on. What are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? So he put him in that pickle, man, and because he set the tone of how he wants to do this. He set the tone. Okay, I'm gonna just use my experts, and now you got to pull your expert in. So it's experts against experts, reasonable doubt. But I wouldn't let him off the hook like that, man. I would bring Higgins in, and because you keep playing the waterfall video. I mean, I feel like it's fragmented. You played the waterfall video for um who'd you play it for? You played it for Karina, and you played it. Did he play it for Jen McCabe? Which one did? No, he didn't play it for Jen McCabe. Played it for Karina, and he played it for. When did the waterfall video first come in? When did he first play it? Who did he play it for? Oh, he played it for the cop
Yep.
Bukaki, whatever his name is,
No,
Buchanan.
he played it for
For Buchanan. Yeah.
Yeah, he played for Jen McCabe too.
So he played it for Buchanan and they played it for Karina. 2 times it's in there. So I mean, it's fragmented.
McCabe.
Man. He never played it for Jen McCabe.
Yeah, because remember he was asking her like, "Who's this?" And then she said, "Oh, I thought Karen was doing some. I thought Karen threw some punches at Yeah, he played it for her because she said, "I actually might have it right here." Remember he did it right here.
Yeah, but he didn't say
Oh,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, well, the point is, man, he played it and it's fragmented. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, he introduced them as the third party culprits, the Higgins and this and that, and then what? Now you're not going to call them? So I mean, like, are the jury gonna be confused? Like, do they even? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of confused, and I mean, what is this? Like, what is your defense? Like, reasonable doubt. Okay, I get it. There's reasonable doubt, but I mean, I just seen a tail light crack though, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know
saying.
what I mean?
Man.
I just seen a tail light crack, and I just seen
Officer Barrows testify.
Well, I seen Officer Barrows testify and say, yeah, it didn't look like that, but he could be wrong.
Right.
You know, I'm just saying if I was gonna go on, you know, along the lines, because at the end of the day, did she hit him? Was he on the ground? Did they see a body? Like, they're really not talking about that. Like, they have nobody on the stand saying they didn't see the body. You know what I mean? Like, you're not hearing people, you're not showing that scene that morning, you're not showing it where it's like, nah, you would have to see a body. You know, the only person saying that they didn't see a body was Sarah, and that was like weak. I was looking down. And you got
Lucky,
Jen.
yeah. Lucky too. He said, you know, he didn't see a body.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, Lucky said he didn't, but I'm saying Sarah said he didn't see a body. That's only 3 people, bro.
right. You need
You know
all
what I'm
those
saying?
people that was at the house. But I mean,
that's huge. I mean, that's what happened. And you know what I mean? It's not like you need it because, you know, you can, you can push for a win if you do that. No, that's what happened. 7 people left and nobody's seen the body. So you're not going to use that? You know, does that? I don't know, man. And Hank did this, man. He did this. He set them up like that. Okay, here, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Go ahead. I ain't doing it. You do it. You do it. And now I feel like they're confused. They're like, hey, man, they're the professionals. They're the ones that got all the money. They know what they're doing. I get it.
and that's what I mean. We just gotta trust in them. But you know, there's also a jury that doesn't know it like we know. This case for the last 2 years, maybe they do. I don't know. But as far as if they don't and they're just like watching it, I don't think they're really hammering it home. But there was this guy, man, this cop I saw. He was really right here. I'm gonna try to share this with and this is exactly what you and
No,
I
you're
said.
right. Nagel testified saying he didn't see a body. You're right. Everybody testified they didn't see a body. Right. But the point is, I forget who just said that in your chat. Yeah, you're right. They said they didn't see a body, but that would have been they said that, but that's not nobody coming out the house. I mean, I don't know. It's
Right.
just fragmented, man. I feel like it's all over the place. I feel like there's really, it's reasonable doubt. I guess that's what reasonable doubt is. Everything we're doing right now, saying, okay, well, Nagel didn't see it. This one didn't see it. That didn't see it. So I
Well,
mean,
that's a good point right there. Paula just said, Jay. She said James and JFK. We already know who's gonna lie on the stand, and they know, and they need to focus on who's gonna be honest and factual at this point. And that's the thing. Maybe they're not calling these people because they know that they're gonna lie already on the stand. You know, and our whole thing that we wanted to see was them get tripped up, but I don't know.
there's
It could
no
be that.
tripping up, man. I get it. There's no tripping up. The rehabilitating, I get it, man. He's gonna lead him. He's gonna put words in Higgins's mouth. I get all that. That's what he's gonna do. All right, but you can't be scared about that because Higgins said a guy was in the house.
Yep. Yeah, he said something else too at a grand jury.
Well, he said there was a guy in the house.
Yeah, other than that though, that was crazy. He said,
Think about it. He said there was a guy in the house. He said there was a
right,
6'1" guy in the house. You're not gonna want to ask him that question. You're not gonna want to ask him the butt dials at 2 a.m. when you got him on camera at 1:30 on camera. You know what I mean? You're not gonna ask him to. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you keep mentioning him.
right. I mean, they mentioned him. That's what I'm saying. The jury's got to be thinking, who the hell is this guy Higgins? They have to be. But real quick, this guy right here, this is an officer. Check this out. Let's see if I can play this. Oh, where'd it go? This is a cop. I think he's from I don't know where the hell he's from. Can you hear this? No? What the hell happened? I can hear it, but I know it's not playing. You can't hear this, huh? Every time I go back here, it goes out. So I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, well, I get it. I get what people
Anyway,
are saying.
it's like basically what he was saying was he's a 25-year veteran, and
Oh, the
his
cop,
point,
the
yeah, he
TikTok
was a
cop.
cop, and he was basically saying that there's no way in hell that they would. First of all, that whole house would have been taped off, like we said. Everybody would have been they would have put everybody, you go over here and take them by one, interviews, all that. None of that shit happened. And it's like, I don't know, man. Then seeing Higgins at the station with his hood on, looking all shady, it's like, man, stuff that we know and we've seen. I just hope that the jury's seeing the same shit. Because if they're not, they could just go with
You tell me, do you think the jury, you was in there two
yeah,
times. Do you think the jury, based on what you've seen and based on just the good, just based on who you are as a person, having a good feeling, like don't be shy. Just like Hank said, I mean, bro,
yeah,
I
no,
mean, be
I seen
real. What
some.
do you think? Do
I
you
seen.
think that, hold on, let me finish. Do you think, right, that they're picking up what they're putting down and you worried at all?
No, I wouldn't say worry because I seen some of them. Their facial expressions are crazy. Like sometimes they'll be like putting their hands on their head. Sometimes they see things. So I don't think they're convinced by the Commonwealth at all. So I don't know. And I think that, as far as me thinking that, I think also the defense might think that too. And maybe that's why they think they don't have to call Higgins or call anybody else. And that might be a good reason if they feel that way, maybe it is good to end it right now while they got them feeling that, this is all that Karen Reed's definitely being set up by the Commonwealth or whatever you want to say, that she's being set up. And yeah, I think that right now the jury could walk away saying that Karen Reed is definitely being set up. From what I see from that jury, for sure. So
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I just don't, at the end of the day, are they going to believe he got beat up in the house? Because we keep saying that we don't have to prove what happened. We get all that. We don't have to prove what happened. I get all that. We definitely don't have to prove what happened. But the jury, they're just human beings. They're going to want to know what happened. They're going to want to know. Now, back to what I've been saying. At the end of the day, if they're watching on their TikToks and they're watching at home and they're going on their social medias with their $1,800 iPhone 16s, their Samsungs, their Mac computers, then we ain't got nothing to worry about. It's not guilty. So the question that I throw back at you here on the layover, do you think it's going to be a fast verdict or a slow verdict?
I think it's going to be a slow one. I don't think it's going to be that quick. Because the only reason why I say that is a fast verdict is great, but it's also very it's just to the point. Like, yeah, we know this is bullshit, but I think with this all going on, now with these Arcca witnesses in there, I mean, it's hard to say right now. I think it is yes, but with Hank, however he reacts to this whole shit, I don't know how he's gonna react with this Arcca dude. Like you said, I think that would be the smartest move. Jackie Vims, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You already know. Time for meeting. Everyone have a great day. Oh, you have a meeting? All right. Jackie, have a great day yourself.
Jackie Vims, what up?
Enjoy the
Jackie
graduation.
Vims holding us down per usual.
Yes.
Thank you, Jackie Vims. I'll sing a little song for you, Jackie Vims. You got to live in the present. Life is a gift. Got to quit all the stressing. Keep fan first. It could be gone in a second. When you feeling inside, never skip the message. They chasing money. It don't matter in the end. They follow you on social. That's not a friend. When fame approach you, that could be your end. Devil close to you when living in sin. My man got a new liver, a lease on life. Drank himself to ICU. Streets of trife. In the towers in the bay. Sleepless nights. I don't know what else to say. Just gotta keep it tight. And if you want to fly, gotta make the jump. You ever wonder why they fake the love? Summertime shine. Why they hating us? We live to die. Fine line straighten up. What? Jackie Vims. What
Jackie
up?
Vims. We got the commercial right here too, Jay.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Monday night, June 9th, 7 to 10. James Jackson, JFK, live podcast, meet and greet, special guest, 196 Franklin Street, Lynn, Mass, $30 cover charge. Yes, there is parking, 21 plus. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna take you up to 39,000 feet. Disclaimer! James Jackson, JFK, live podcast this Monday. Let's go.
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
All you long gamers, all you new followers, subscribers, let's keep this thing going. We're here, we're not going nowhere.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Monday night.
Monday night, June 9th. People that are showing up, people that watch this on the replay crew.
That's the pepper. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
There's parking right across the street. There's a Stop and Shop. You could park right across the street. And there's parking in the back of the place too. And there's parking all along the street. So there is parking. There's plenty of parking around that area. We're going to have someone out there on the ground to greet you people who walk in anyway that might have questions about where to park or what they got to do or where to sit at or things like that. We're going to be at one side of the bar, I take it. We'll be there early anyway, James, so we'll figure all that out.
Yeah. Yeah, send you a text. You gotta let me know a few dates because I gotta navigate through the bullshit. All these
Also,
different...
we're gonna be on Jammin' 94.5 on
shit. Tell them, Jay. Listen up.
We're gonna be on Jammin' 94.5 on Tuesday. Tuesday, June 10th at I would say around I'm thinking around 8:30 in the morning. We're gonna be on the morning show. I assume so. Live on the air. And Yeah, jamming 94.5. If you didn't know, that's Boston's biggest radio station. James Jackson, JFK, James Jackson, whatever how you want to flip it. Jamming 94.5. Morning show. We're going to be talking about this case and the guy Kevin from South Boston. We're going to be putting the pressure. Hopefully they don't. They call him. They're calling him in this. The reason why your man JFK put the pressure on to get on the radio station at this time. I mean, I had that clout card in my back pocket for a while now, but I've been holding it back because I wanted to put the pressure on and the momentum on in real time when it's actually happening. So let's just say one of these jurors are driving around listening to Jam at 94.5 on the way to the fucking.
She didn't say you couldn't listen to the radio.
Disclaimer. So we you got to figure out ways, and I'm all about placement. And my James will tell you, my main thing is placement and timing. Them are my two main things, man. The placement got to be right, and the timing got to be right. And other than that, and rule number one, James will tell you, be the first one to tell you, my main thing, always what I always say is, and someone who put that
Gotta
in.
make sense.
Yes, and Static Selector is one who instilled that in me. It has to make sense. I don't randomly do things with people and randomly just jump out the window because I would, or it looks good. It's got to make sense. I mean, damn, it has to make sense. I mean, I get it. I got a 96 SL 500. I could put the rims on it. I could tint the windows. I could put a spoiler on it. I could put the AMG badges on it. But damn, I just might leave that shit stock because it makes more sense. You know what I mean? Why just turn around and just overdo shit and do it because you can do it? Do things for a purpose. Do what makes sense. Spend your money right. Don't get it right before you spend it. I mean, right before you don't spend it right, before you even get it, so to speak. And, just figure out ways to navigate through the struggle and make it make sense. And that's what it's all about.
Absolutely, JFK. Well said. That ride's dope, Patrick said. Oh, yeah. Patrick, you coming out? Someone said they got 2 tickets for. I don't know who they were for, but
Yeah, Patrick's coming out. He bought 2 tickets.
Yeah, you see Blue 42's new picture? Look at this. Blue 42. Where'd she go? Blue,
She got the 42.
42.
Nice.
Crashing through the wall.
That's nice.
I just realized it was crashing through the wall. Oh shit, Blue 42.
Blue 42.
That's awesome.
And that's a perfect example of what we're talking about, how a trial has its own momentum, its own vibe. It's in real time. You really can't, you could be prepared for it, have preparation, but you just never know where it's going and how people are feeling from that day to day. And it's no different than a live stream. And look what happened with Blue 42. We took a phone call from Blue 42 and we got a woman call saying, yeah, I just took a fall and this and that. Next thing you know, she said, I think I might need a helmet. And James said, Blue 42. And then it was born. And here we are 2-3 months later. Blue 42. And that's the way this thing goes, man. So always remember that. So that's how I look at this trial, especially with seeing tail lights cracking, exploding. I just, hopefully in that deliberation room, they're feeling good that day. They're feeling, nah, man, these cops are corrupt. Period. Nah, she didn't do this shit. These motherfuckers are corrupt. Not on the lines of, man, they're reaching too hard, man. I seen the tail light crack. I mean, let's just charge her with something. I mean, that's what I'm afraid of. That's my fear, but that's not. Hopefully they just looking at it the way we do, like, nah, these people are corrupt.
Yeah. I mean, I think for the most part they're seeing all the bullshit this time around. Donnie B, hi guys. Glad to be with you here today. We're glad you're here, Donnie B. I think for the most part they're seeing what's going on, and the way that the prosecution has laid this out so far, it's been interesting to see how they went about it, because I thought they were going to go, I thought they were going to go a lot harder on the waterfall video, to be honest with you. I thought they were going to make Higgins basically Higgins explain what the hell he was doing. Why were you texting John O'Keefe's girl while he was there with her? Do you think, like you would always say, do you think that would start a problem with you texting her and stuff like that? And they're not doing it. So like you said, we're just trusting them, and what they do, we gotta trust.
Exactly. Unless they are doing it and we just don't know. You know what I
Right.
mean? I think this weekend they're gonna think on that. I think this weekend they're gonna go into the war room and they're gonna say, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Are we calling this dude? And guess what? Guess who's even more shook right now? Guess who's thinking about that more than we're thinking about it? What do you think Kevin from South Boston is thinking at this moment? Because he's looking at the witness just dwindle down. He's like,
Right.
damn, man, he hasn't got the phone call yet. He hasn't got that, hey, is this Kevin from South Boston? Is this Brian Higgins? Yeah, okay, we need you in denim on Tuesday or Monday. He's shitting his pants. And on top of that, how does he feel? Does he feel that he got away with it? Does he feel like the sneak got away? I mean,
could he could feel like that. He's thinking, oh shit, I don't have to go to court. And what's her name just said saved him in court. Deva. Because you know damn well, if Deva was to go in there and say,
the court's back in, James.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. See ya. See ya. See ya. See ya.
Exhibit 216.
Thank
How we
you.
doing? Am I far behind?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that Arcca does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense,
Is that the
really
lawyer you know
had
in the
nothing to do with
background?
you, that was Arcca before you began working.
Oh yeah, he got in
Arcca
there.
as a whole, yes, the work that we do, yes.
Or the
Not you.
drunk driving lawyer, whatever his name is?
As I
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
I wasn't involved.
Someone
specifically
said he
in that
was
project, no.
outside.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that Arcca does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Why the hell does
Yes,
he?
we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Today.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do, and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, Arcca, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with Arcca in 2017.
Correct. Yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024. So about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACTAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident. You have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know if it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and
The principle, bro, the principle.
things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately, you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
The feds.
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
my question more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Speak up.
Yes.
Hank.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, Arcca actually billed the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually, after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced?
Evan,
say it
man,
wrong.
he's a good dude.
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
That was last
Not
year,
with
Hank.
the
Move on.
Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. It's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had?
Dude, Hank hates
From
this
what I
movie.
recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
None of your business.
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
And so at some point you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
And tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilized an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal is an encrypted app, leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Before you testified
Yeah.
last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained enough.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, but did you list out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared?
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
And then you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. You write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night. Yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point to the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important that helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
Yes.
Before you testified in the proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
When you were sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You've only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question. No.
It wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Maybe your coach.
Sure.
She allows everything. What do you think, man? Think he's tearing them apart?
I mean, I don't even think the jury even understands like what the hell he's talking about. Like I think he's doing this for his own personal gain. Like you can't go from seeing a dummy get smashed with a tail light, pieces getting smashed out, this huge reconstruction, a cop saying, I seen the tail light in a different way. Lucky saying I didn't see anybody, to Devers, and this is who you got now. So in the last 72 hours, 4 days, we had all these pops, and now he's coming in saying all this shit about text messages and all these different things. It's like they don't even get it, And this is his downfall, wanting to be a defense attorney too much, He should just stick to what he needs to stick to.
Your first testimony,
Stay the fuck in his
you
lane.
appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times, when you asked me how many times I've been qualified, I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
You just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Just the one looking at his family?
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
Wow.
May I approach?
Bringing up his wife, dude. They must have text messages between him and his wife.
She's free Karen Reed. She's in the group and all that.
Oh, God.
Have you seen that before?
No, I have not.
Look at Judge Bev.
No.
Acting like she don't want him. Right, Becky? Is he really bringing his wife into
You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Rentschler cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
Man.
Wow for the night.
Man, so I mean, if you're hearing Tuesday could be the end of the defenses, they're gonna rest their case by Tuesday, early next week. It's like, who the hell would they call after this? I heard through the
They're gonna call this boy.
Yeah. Who, Higgins?
No, they're gonna call his boy, the Arcca boy, the other
yeah.
Arcca dude, and they're gonna call Richard Green, I think.
Well, I also heard, early on, they might have changed that they were gonna call Higgins' boy, the one that he went to when he went to the FBI and asked how to erase all that shit. And he was gonna tell them like what he asked to erase and shit like
I mean,
that.
they had everybody on the list. They had the people across the street on the list. They had the tow truck driver on the list. They had the FBI agent.
So I'm gonna say, Tink said her father.
Yep, they had her father on the list.
The defense did, or the
Yeah,
Commonwealth. I think the Commonwealth did.
Nah, I think we had something like 70 witnesses, man.
Wow. Yo, but Hank, man, he's funny because if you think about it, he's kind of smart on the way he plays. He plays dirty. And TB was like not winning the lottery to get in there, but he won this whole week because he knew if Lucky came in, he was going to use that blogging shit against Lucky, and basically the blogger threatened Lucky. And it's just like, what a time to let him get the. I don't know. Maybe it was timing. Who knows? But
Nah, that shit was set up. You know that.
That was hell yeah. I believe it was. I was just giving them the benefit of the doubt, which I shouldn't.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes, yes.
As part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education?
Yes.
And they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question. Strike that, Jules.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rensel's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis of those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentschler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentschler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Rentschler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes and to the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the lower treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions, that a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD Crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about pierce to clothes, abrasions to skin. And I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Yeah, pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour, there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
Knowing that it was found near his body, well, you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how steep it would be left in the car?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the line?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night. So I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yard or were just down the middle? Looking at that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how would it be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the taillight to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Objection. Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently.
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm not
7th.
mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry, maybe Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit after they hit. Can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is, isn't it?
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, if you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't understand this question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection.
Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I was
this.
talking about studies as far as data, information. You, as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection. This is 5 times.
And this time we'll get an answer and that'll be it.
We got an answer every single time.
Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Objection.
Sustained. Strike. Jurors disregard.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your
That's a
question.
tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last 2 letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose an arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustained in that form.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And in that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct, yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor. Of course, Commissioner, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Just give us a minute, let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
217.
Yes, now you can play it.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct, yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force?
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you. Yeah,
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9", yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds?
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171-pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage? And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster.
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on the 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on your demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
Don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm would cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My
comments.
question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree?
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to talk
on.
to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why don't you have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000-pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter? 2 pounds and what? How many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it? The arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38.
Right.
And Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? None.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions and the calculations, that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour? Would you agree with that?
I'm going to allow that.
No, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour. Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic, yes.
You could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time?
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided
This
in
isn't
his
on
report.
Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you.
Objection.
No, it's not.
Okay, so jurors disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position change, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report and analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Objection.
Sustained.
If the body
Fucking
position
Hank, huh?
changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
Thank you. Okay. When a pedestrian is struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness?
Yes, he's supported.
Strapped?
Yes.
By its hips or pelvis?
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
I don't know that I agree with that, because it will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after, is what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I know that's what you're after. What I'm asking you is, when you end it, when the light stops, unlike a Lexus, and the dummy is stationary, unlike a person, it affects the aftermath, the drag and the push after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Could I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Stand us to that point.
We can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm
knew
that's
it.
9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds,
Yes,
probably would be less damage.
it'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There'd be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
Oh,
when
wow.
you say move, you mean just
Underneath
Not
the tail light.
stationary,
yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
detached from the taillight.
Correct. They're
That
broken.
could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight
You said
shards
bless you.
that are broken from the taillight and spewing into the air. Yes?
What's up? It's classified.
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again. Okay.
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38 pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm again is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body is not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there is significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct.
Their arm wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd
question?
be the pull of their body weight.
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
Gravity. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight?
Man, if he did it at 24, that arm would
There
go
is a
flying.
reason why at 15 miles per hour, the damage is much different than the other test at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
I knew it.
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour, you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. When it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
Mm-hmm. And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body. It's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight and that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you tested, you put it more behind the vehicle. This is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the rescue Randy. And
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
it was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Objection. Sustained in that form.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact?
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this?
Oh, man.
Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard. Right?
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
God damn, why they gotta name his ass
Are you
Randy?
talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now.
His name
These
is
holes
not
in the
Randy.
clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
Yeah, I can't hear this.
I'm going to allow that. Is that what
Those are big holes. Pause if necessary. I mean,
All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
God damn. Fuck. He did. He kind of brought that one home. I mean, I knew Hank was gonna do this shit, but then again, why'd he leave Randy out like that laid out on cold, man? Why'd he do that for? Why didn't Uncle Alan just show that and say this is what happened to Uncle Randy? I mean, disclaimer, this is what happened to Randy. I mean, I don't know why he decided to call him Randy. Whatever. It is what it is. But you guys seen what happened to Randy. They never showed that part. Did you think Hank wasn't gonna? I don't know, man. Yeah, Blue 42, that looked real bad.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
Oh, God.
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please.
Man.
Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see this study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Right. So gravity really, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation, just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no.
Man, stop calling him that.
It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm
It's just the rescue Randy in the last test.
on F?
Correct.
What up,
This one,
boss?
you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're
Alright,
switching up
what's
between
up,
tests.
what's
What pieces
up?
are you using, aren't you?
Again.
I would say adding, but
Well, adding and subtracting doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more.
God damn, the way he said that. Oh, I understand.
Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct. And that wasn't the purpose of this test, sir.
Yeah. When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, Arcca specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct. We don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay. Can you finish the video? Now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit?
Damn,
When
going
they
on
break
6
and
hours
shatter,
with you
some of them
guys,
go
man.
up, some go down. Stop, please.
6 hours.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm. Yes.
God damn, stop calling him that.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please?
They're gonna say that's how the sneaker came off.
When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? In the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight.
No
where
problem.
The pedestrian
42. Of course.
incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can
All you
happen,
guys,
can't it?
welcome. Everybody
Well,
that was here today. Thank
I
you.
don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm. So it's not a clip. Again,
Thank
you
for
saw it
being
at 15
here,
miles per hour. I think
being
that's more
with
analogous
me.
to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way.
46
This, I would say,
hours.
is a full-on
It was
impact
fun.
to the arm.
We had fun,
Okay.
right?
To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffered no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car?
Damn, man.
Hips, ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. You
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please.
They gotta call Higgins now.
Any bumper displacement in this collision?
That's why I said Jay after
In
Hank's
this specific test, no.
fun. I'll answer that.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some
Absolutely, Paula.
panel deformation. What does that mean?
Thank you too.
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Damn.
Yes.
I hate to say
And
it,
you said
Scott,
in this
but
case, there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said,
oh yeah,
I would expect
you know
to
he's
see panel
gonna go out with a
deformation.
clip.
And in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
He did,
Let's
man.
watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation? Stop.
Yeah.
In this.
No, sir.
Okay.
We got a tail light, man.
So when you said on direct examination relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself,
What are they saying on Twitter?
where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation,
I'm going to allow it.
right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation here, is there?
Correct. There is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman? Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see if there was
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not claimed that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Is that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is
that's all
shattered,
good. That's
and it spreads through the air.
like me and
Does it
JFK
have
always
the
say.
potential
It matters what
to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
D-Day, 81 years ago today. What's
And finally,
D-Day?
we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter.
Caught me off guard with that.
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Well, Tank, I think he did. He quit while he was ahead. Now it's time for Uncle Alan to take over this shit. Come on, fix all that bullshit. He's got to.
Can we, Dr. Wolf, go back to your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Blue 42.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward? And I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going. If you'd please to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolf, can you, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
How's that? Grand Canyon.
Am I able to display my screen without doing the
Oh shit! He don't want you to see what's on the screen. D-Day is today, and D-Day
Just move
is
forward frame by frame rather than
something to do with the
I
war.
don't know that I can in
believe.
the.
Wow.
Oh, I missed it.
okay.
Shit.
Maybe more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of
This is
questions
supposed to be our
based
biggest
on
day.
that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame by frame perspective.
And
I don't know. I don't know, guys.
when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E,
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
so the hand got up to a little over 24. The arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
It's a bad day for Arcca.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the full, what you call the full-on impact, test F as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you showed, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F as in Foxtrot with the holes we see.
If she can.
If she can.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolf, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Were the holes and frays larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
They were certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Showing, looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yeah. Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
What do we think, chat? Reasonable doubt. Hank's trash. If not, not guilty. Battle of the experts. Yes. Unless the jury is sure, reasonable doubt, like Zep said, this could go badly. Yikes. Brendan is a dick, but won this battle. Wow. Damn, Scotty. Normally invasive 81. Oh.
May I, Your Honor?
Normally
Yes.
All right, Peppa. We know World War II.
You were asked
That's what
on
D-Day was.
cross-examination about some of the work
Thank
that Arcca
you.
does on behalf
Thank you
of
so
private
much.
lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
Appreciate it.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed or anything like that in the initial hiring, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you.
Wow.
A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Fetters agrees with Scott. Yeah. They got to
You
call
were asked
Higgins, man.
several questions about the glass
Thank you,
and
Catch.
whether or
I
not the
appreciate
glass
it.
weighed in on
Of
your
an hour and a
analysis of the
for
damage
that.
to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm. And I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds,
Right.
or if it weighed 9.4 pounds?
Good point, Peppa.
I don't know, no.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the Hybrid 3, or at least the arm of Hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds.
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increased the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically?
Sustained in that form.
What effect did you tell
Special kind of piece of shit does.
Well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed
God bless
of
you.
the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehiel.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to do.
Okay, I understand you said it's not. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolf, you have to come on Monday. All right, jurors.
Yeah, they won't be done by Tuesday. No way.
I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a half a day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case, so I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend. If you've made appointments or anything like that, I'm not asking. But think about it, and on Monday, if you let Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know, and again, be very careful with your social media use.
Very careful, guys. Very, very careful. Yeah, so here we are, right? Here we are. We're at this. Oh, wait, they still talking? What they got to say? Anything? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Was it a win? Once it offensive, yeah. Shut up, Bev. I haven't had a drink in 3 months. I am tonight. Goddamn, Scotty. I might have one right now after this bullshit. Judge Beverly is desperate to destroy this trial. She must guarantee a win. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that Arcca shit just, I think it was hyped up to be more than it really was. Like, it confused the jury, maybe it helped. I don't know. Hank took control of Arcca today. That's all I'm gonna say. Take that shit how you want it. Of course, you guys know I'm a long gamer. I'm free Karen Reed. Hank controlled Arcca today, and that's just what happened. So what we need to do now is call Higgins, Kevin from South Boston. We know you're watching. So guess what? June 9th, we have a event this Monday, actually. So I hope to see everybody there. I appreciate everybody that was in the chat today. Scotty, don't drink. Zep said, you've been going this long, so don't drink over some bullshit. Yes, it was hyped, and Scott, don't you drink. Scotty, don't you drink. 3 months is a long time. This has been a roller coaster. Yes, me too. Paula said, James, I agree 100%. Got to call a spade a spade. Exactly. And that's just the way it is with me. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit and say, oh, you know what? We had a great day today, because we didn't. Hank controlled Arcca. That's just what happened. So now what's the next step? Now the next step is you call in Brian Higgins, introduce Brian Higgins to the jury. They keep hearing his name, but they don't know they got to put a face with a name. Not just a face, but a case of everything he's done. Bring that motherfucker on. Part of my language. With that, I go by the name of James Jackson. I appreciate everybody in the chat today, all the mods, everybody. Please pass the pepper. Thank you for everything. Everyone's super chats. Love you guys. Jackie. Let me see here. I forget anybody. I got Jackie, Lisa, Galgos. Please pass the pepper. E-Pags, Cash, Scotty, don't you drink, don't you dare do it. Blue 42 became a new member. Coco, Jackie, please pass the pepper. That's what's up. And I got a couple Venmos today too. Fetters, thank you. Jackie, please pass the pepper. And of course, I am gonna be at my nephew's graduation. Can't wait. Another nephew, another graduation down. Next one is my son's, and that'll be it. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Be safe. God bless.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Monday night, June 9th, 7 to 10. James Jackson, JFK, live podcast, meet and greet, special guest, 196 Franklin Street, Lynn, Mass, $30 cover charge. Yes, there is parking, 21 plus. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna take you up to 39,000 feet. Disclaimer! James Jackson, JFK, live podcast this Monday. Let's go.
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
All you long gamers, all you new followers, subscribers, let's keep this thing going. We're here, we're not going nowhere.